Good afternoon, pool fans, and a very warm welcome back live. Two fantastic players on display here in the GRIDX brand new venue, Luxembourg. Been doing some reading about this venue and is unlike any other. More on that later. Two players contesting this match. The winners round one raised to 7. Alternate break, 2 breaks for players. 10 ball is the game. Daniel Masol is the reigning European 10 ball champion as well as the 9 ball. He raced to that 10 ball championship and treated his opponent to a donut. As for Juan Carlos Exposito, well, he won his maiden European title in a tournament I had the pleasure of commentating on, which was without question one of the most exciting games I've ever witnessed live. And with that tournament, I got semi-final, then the final. Came back from a very, very huge deficit, 6-3, 7-4, managed to win a thrilling final. So you thought he's brimming with confidence. But of course, this man, Daniel Maciol, this left-handed super talent from Poland, is one of the hardest players to beat, one of the hardest players to face. So it'll be interesting to see how Juan Carlos can establish himself in this match because Daniel Maciol, well, it always needs to be seen, of course, per match. He's the type of player that you don't expect a lot of misses from or a lot of chances from. So whenever you face him, you'll have to play anywhere near your absolute best to try and beat him. It's looking like Daniel Maciol is already starting off this match with a textbook break and run. Only 4 balls left. All of the remaining balls in the center of the table. Just a matter of connecting the dots, playing nice, comfortable positional shots. Nothing too difficult. He really is a joy to watch. A little bit unfortunate with the angle he's left himself in the 8. Would have preferred a bit more. Not to say that this type of shot is anything difficult for him, but obviously on the last ball you'd like to be straight in. And just like that, within a couple of minutes, the first rack goes for Daniel Maciol.
Daniel has landed his cue ball in a quite a small area, but once again seems to be perfect on the 6. Well, I say perfect, had to use the side rail, but he's left himself the right angle on the 7 here. Just needs to putt this, play this with a stun screw, more a stun shot really. Nothing is better for your nerves and settling the nerves when you start off a match. Perfect, like Daniel has done here. 2 break and runs, 2 textbook break and runs, cue ball on a piece of string. And he goes in front 2-0. Well, I said it at the start, before you had potted probably his first or second ball. When you play this man, you don't expect a lot of easy chances, or chances for that matter. So Exposito will have to produce some of his best stuff. And he's more than capable of. Let's not forget, he is the current European 8-ball champion. So he knows how to play and he knows how to dig himself from a hole. First set of 2 breaks by Juan Carlos. A successful break, and as you can see, quite remarkable. 3 balls hanging almost over the pocket, but unfortunately he's not got a straight shot here on the 1. He has a bank shot available to him, and considering the layout, I won't even think this is a risky shot or a undue risk to take. It's all about making the 1 really and leave yourself a shot on the 2. The rest seems like a formality, so I feel like there's a lot of value going for this bank shot. No, unfortunately missed it on the thin side, and he has left his possible long putt here for Daniel. His only saving grace is that the cue ball is pretty close to the side rail, which makes this a bit harder to control. But usually and historically speaking, these left-handed players are always the more superior shot makers. Another great left-hander on the other table, Joshua Filler. He's taking on... Let me just have a quick check. Adam Stankiewicz, also from Poland. As we did establish right from the beginning, after the break, all of the balls are pretty much hanging over a pocket, so whoever got the first pot and position would have been massive favorite. Of course, Juan Carlos failed to make that bank shot on the 1, left a long pot, and this has been the result of it. Don't know whether he can just cheat the pocket a little bit, just to come off the side rail, even if it's marginally. More of the same. So far, it's been a perfect start by Daniel Masol. He's not left himself an easy starter to begin with. Now, sure, you can make the one ball, but that's not where the misery ends. In fact, it's where the misery starts. How do you land on the two ball? It's pretty much accepted this potential combination, but given where that six ball is now landed, it's an extra hindrance. He did not want it. However, a nicely picked out safety shot there by Juan Carlos. And I'm just wondering if the left side of that two ball is just available to Daniel. If that is the case, this safety return would have been a lot easier than expected. Because coming off the side rail, I think that three ball is, well, two rails really. That three ball is pretty much in the way, so he's going for the long jump here. He has called the two to the bottom right corner pocket, as you can see. Now this is some shot. Test of cueing, test of jumping skills. Yeah, that scratch was always on, particularly how thick he hit the two. So must be said that safety shot by Juan Carlos was nicely thought out, and you know, when he potted that one, he just opened up that 6-7 for this rack now be open and a chance for Juan Carlos to put himself on the board here. This feels like a timely run by Juan Carlos. Didn't want to see his opponent go 4-0 ahead. It's not like he had a lot to say in those racks that Daniel Masol won. He has played perfect so far. We all know beating perfect can only be achieved by playing perfect yourself, which happens very rarely. But again, this is an important visit. Applying himself here on the 10 ball. Get his first rack on the board and get involved in this match. So earlier on at the top of the program, it did mention how awesome this new GRIDX complex is, and I'm just gonna read you a piece of this article just to give you an insight. This GRIDX complex is located in the south of Luxembourg and just 20 minutes from Luxembourg Airport. It's opened in September 2025. GRIDX is Europe's first multi-experience destination, bringing together digital art, gastronomy, craftsmanship, retail, mobility, exhibitions, events, and business in one vibrant location. So that's just to give you an insight on how special this location is. And in the 34 years of EUROTOUR events, it's also the first time we've had a EUROTOUR here in Luxembourg. So I'm sure whoever is playing in this will be desperate to get the first of many to come on their name. Doesn't want to land straight here on the 4 ball. Yeah, that seems to be the most sensible way about this. You can send this cue ball off 3 rails here. A bit of left spin or even draw from side to side. You can play a similar shot here. You can draw it from side to side or go around the angles. This seems to be the only difficult shot to play position on. Difficult ball, I should say. Secure the cue ball just past where his bridging hand was there. And that seems to be perfect. And with this angle, I think he can easily go around the back of the 9 to put the 9 into the bottom left. Yeah, so no signs for Daniel Masol to slipping up. He's had 4 scoring visits, and all 4 of them he's converted without any mishaps. There's not a lot you can do about this. So, if you want to be a bit critical here, you could say that's the first misstep Daniel Masol has had in this match. His first dry break. And of course, you don't need me to tell you this. Juan Carlos knows how good his opponent is playing. So all of these type of opportunities, he knows deep down he needs to convert to apply pressure. It doesn't matter how well they play. If you keep the pressure on them, they will make mistakes. I've seen the best of the best play extraordinary stuff. But when the opponent keeps the pressure on them, when the opponent keeps close, the scoreline close, of course, they also are human and not immune to the pressure. I think he's been fortunate there. This is a dangerous position to be in from Juan Carlos's point of view. See, if Daniel can make this jump shot, the 2 is in the right place of the table where he can play position on the 3. Well, have a look at this. How unfortunate is that? Not only has he come very close with the pot, hit the bump of the middle pocket, just grazed past the 4, and now it's potable. And I think playing the carom of the 3 is a lot easier for 2 purposes. Not only to make the 6, but also playing position on the 3 ball. I think Juan Carlos is considering the combination 3 onto the 6. Or is he? No, he's playing the carom. Yeah, that's what I meant with the carom. It's a lot easier to control the 3 ball. Now he's got an interesting shot here. Either he leaves himself a bit lower on the 4 ball to send the cue ball towards the 5, or high to play position on the 5. I think this is the safer way. And with this angle, you can easily screw his cue ball around 2 rails, maybe even 3, for the 5 into the top right. If that cue ball lands even where it is now, that would be absolutely perfect. So it doesn't have to be perfectly straight on the 5 here. This type of angle will work nicely. Just a simple follow through. Now the only thing you desperately trying to avoid on this shot here is landing absolutely dead straight on the top rail on the 7. Anything off straight, and these 4 remaining balls seem like a formality. He's played that shot surprisingly hard. And he's now left himself awkward on this 8 ball here. It's pretty thin. And subsequently a lot harder to control the cue ball.
The next match on table 13,
Yeah.
Fabrizio
That's poor, to be honest. He should have made more of that opportunity. Daniel Masol 4-1 ahead. Now looking likely to go 5-1 ahead. And that's a massive difference in a race to 7. And it's really surprising and hurtful because it's self-inflicted. He was in perfect control there, Juan Carlos, and played that surprising bad positional shot, and this has been the result of it. Yeah, these type of racks really hurt an opponent, a player. Yeah, he's not taking a timeout. Wants to get on with it, but it really felt like a big moment in the match. Needless to say, of course, from this position, any chance Juan Carlos gets, you have to convert. And that's a tough spot to be in. This layout looks more than makeable for a European champion 8-ball. He's left himself a little bit awkward here. Don't really understand what the point of that shot was. Surely not being hampered by the 9, regardless of whatever angle you leave yourself, is a lot easier and better than this. Yeah, and that has caused that miss, is because he left himself hampered with the 9, which was not needed at all for him to play good position on the 9. And once again, it's one of those racks where he should have won. It's likely to go the way of Daniel Masol, who was started off this match perfect. And actually, I can't recall him missing a shot, you know. He's only had one dry break. And he's going to go 6-1 in front. And even though how well he has played, so the scoreline is, I would say, pretty judicious, but still Juan Carlos has had chances, and that's been the biggest factor for this scoreline. Well, I did mention on his way to claim his first European title a little over 2 months ago. He had 2 very extraordinary comebacks from a similar type of deficit. But with this breaking format, well, I suppose we could have said that at that moment as well with 8-ball. But yeah, to finish the story, he did show the fighting spirit. He did show going for his shots when he needed to. I just think he's missed the boat in this match with some of the opportunities he's failed to convert. The scoreline should have been, well, 4-3 to be honest. That would have been a whole different complexion. This is all he could do in this rack, and all he can do now is sit and hope that he'll get a chance. looking to cut this one into the side. And cue ball seems to go towards the 2 and the 10, right in between the gap. And well, he has a couple of attacking options available. None of them are easy, of course. Now I would suggest cutting this 2 into the, from this camera angle, bottom right corner pocket. From the main view camera, that would be bottom left. It seems to be the best way to play position on the 3 ball. Oh no. He was calculating the nudge on the 7, but what he couldn't foresee is to hit it as thin as he did, and even done so. Pretty unfortunate. Juan Carlos seems to have activated his inner Rafael Nadal, coming from way behind, still trying to steal the set. Masol with the second of a pair of 2 breaks. And all of a sudden he's not getting these perfect breaks out of nowhere. It's not to say that Juan Carlos is totally back in this game, of course, but momentum is a real thing in sport. Right now it feels like the momentum is ever so slightly favoring Juan Carlos. That's a nice safety. I always feel like the main objective is get the full ball cover, but equally important is get a lot of distance from object ball and the cue ball, and if so possible leave them tied to the rail. It just makes the options a little bit more limited. See, if both of the balls, the cue ball as the 1 would have been a foot away from the rail, he would have much more options available to himself. However, that is a very good escape, and I'm sure he's not left on the pot here on the 1. Juan Carlos will have to come off the side rail, try and avoid running into the 1 on his way back. Send it up table and likely to cross the cue ball from side towards the 2 and the 5. It's a risky shot. I've not seen him call the bank here on the 1. Well, maybe he did. I think he did, you know. He's played that to make it. So I must have not seen it or heard it, but he's definitely called it. That's why he's on the table. And what a great bank shot that was, by the way. This man is made out of stern stuff. For some unbeknown reason, he starts to play some of his best stuff the moment he goes heavily behind. Let's not forget, he was 6-1 down. He's looking favorite to make it 6-4, so he's now within reaching distance. I wouldn't go as far as to say Daniel will be panicking, but if he can just get on with his business here, he'll have 2 breaks available to him. Although once again, an unexpected loose positional shot here by himself. It does seem like that 9 ball passes the 10 into the bottom right, so he'll try to keep his cue ball on the higher side of the table, and he's landed absolutely perfect on the 9 ball. That was a very good shot, a very good recovery shot as well. So as I said before, after having trailed 6-1, it's now 4-6, and he'll have 2 breaks. Surely not once again he can produce an astonishing comeback. It is a successful break, but he's not got an opening shot here. What he does have is the opportunity to put Daniel in some trouble. Try and hurt him with the safety shot. That's a good cue ball, as I meant to say object ball. And I'll tell you what, that little nudge on the 5 might have just made this not hittable directly. Now, if you're playing the two-rail escape here, you're almost aiming like to go around the back of the two. You would almost always hit the one then. Now, if you're trying to hit the one directly off the side rail, that's a lot more risky. But he's feeling confident. He's actually called the shot. That's a close call. Well, it's not ball in hand. He did hit the one first. I wonder if you can send the one of two rails, maybe even three, in between that gap of the 10 and the 9. Oh, behind the 6, but that's too hard. And it's a chance now. He might have been a little bit fortunate, because that cue ball has just come up high enough for it looked to almost be impossible not to run into the 9 here. Now, that wouldn't be the end of the world, of course, but it just makes this positional shot a bit more uncertain. And that's exactly what I meant. Uncertain is something that these players are not fond of. That's the whole principle of playing good pool, is having certainty with the cue ball, knowing the path, knowing the odds, knowing the natural lines, and sometimes when that's out of your hands, you're relying on a bit of luck. He's kept it simple there, but by doing so, I think this escape is not that difficult for Juan Carlos, and there's definitely value in calling this 8-ball combination. It's a type of jump I've seen these top players make quite often, actually. Have a look at this. Now you might think, well, this feels like the similar shot, but this jump is way harder, given the fact that the 3-ball is closer to the 2 than the cue ball is. He will be going for this. Well, he's called the 2 into the bottom left, but he's trying to hit this off the side rail. Failed to make contact, so now all of a sudden this becomes a chance for Juan Carlos. And still a lot of balls to be potted, but ever since being 6-1 down, he looked down and out. But 5-6 is a whole new different story. Now, with a similar type of angle on the 5 as where the cue ball is now, it would be pretty straightforward to play position on the 6. Come around the back of it to put the 6 into the bottom right. I would love to leave himself an angle on the 6 to get that cue ball away from the side. And I think he's played this to perfection, you know. He's got just enough angle for A to send his cue ball onto the side rail and come back. And B, avoid running into the 8, which helps. This man never fails to amaze me. 6-1 down, 5-6 all of a sudden, but still one break left. I say 5-6 because I trust that he'll take care of these 2 remaining balls. And just like that, he's only 1 rack behind. Quite extraordinary. Masol has taken a timeout. Not a bad moment to take a timeout, of course. And as you can see here, we have another table in action. Joshua Filler taking on Adam Stankiewicz from Poland. Joshua Filler is edging that one by 4-3, so still a lot of pool to look out for. I'm gonna take a short break and resume as soon as the players are back at the table. And the comeback kid just continues what he does best. Juan Carlos in with another chance here to close the gap. I know I sound like a broken record, but he was 6-1 down. And he's looking stronger than ever. Of course, some players have that, I would say, instinct that when they go behind, when they have no other option than to play some of their best stuff, they just lock in even more so, which is a great attribute to have. But, you know, I'm sure even himself, as I was about to finish that story, and he's missed that 3-ball, even himself will wonder, why does it have to be on the edge of defeat? And why not just produce this type of game right from the beginning? Yes, nicely played by Daniel. That was a high percentage shot. But playing it for a 4 to the side, it would have meant that he could address the cue ball in the right pace. Or even if he would have run it a bit further, he would have the 4 into the top left. That's rather unfortunate, you would have to think, for Juan Carlos, because it looked for all the world we were heading towards a hill finish. But this opportunity has come out of nowhere, because that 3-ball he's missed there was not a difficult shot. And all of these balls would have been his. But as it stands, Daniel Masol will highly likely finish off this match. He started off absolutely perfect. Couldn't fault him. Then all of a sudden, a couple of dry breaks crept in. Happens to the best of them, of course. Nothing to be ashamed of. And now, with just 3 balls left, he's looking favorite to prevail into the winners round 2. And Juan Carlos will have to go through the field from the losers bracket, which means he'll have to win a few more matches just to book his place in the single elimination. And with this, well, straightforward 10-ball, it will be Daniel Masol winning the match 7-5. It was a very good match. Some really good stuff by both men. But like I said, Juan Carlos had the great opportunity to tie the scores. Not to be. There is still some pool action on the other table, of course, with none other than Joshua Finler and Adam Stankiewicz from Poland. So I suggest you head over on table 1. And as for me, I'll be back like my colleague in an hour from now. So keep an eye out on our streams, and we'll be coming back to you with a lot of action-packed pool on day 1 here in the EuroTour.
Michael Hadjadi against Matthias Hartke. Hadjadi Hartke, table 4. On table 5, Daniel Silva, Maroon Rishk. Silva, Rishk, table 5. On table 6, Fabien Tormen, Jeremy Novak. Fabien Tormen, Jeremy Novak, table 6. On table 8, Jimmy Devline against Kevin Lanoy. Jimmy Devline, Kevin Lanoy, table 8. On table 11, Michael Thorn against Pelayo Curly Hurtado. Michael Thorn, Pelayo Curly Hurtado, table 11. On table 14, Walter Leikre against Tom Kurz. Walter Leikre, Tom Kurz, table 14. On table 15, Timothy Foucault against Michael Seitz. Timothy Foucault table 7, Andrea Grosso, Mario He. Andrea Grosso, Mario He, table 7. Have a short practice and start your match as soon as possible. Thank you. match on table 19, Kio Spire against Alex Montpellier. Kio Spire, Alex Montpellier, table 19. Querchin, Max Benko. Marcin Querchin, Max Benko, table 16.
Good afternoon, pool fans. As you can see, we're back live with another blockbuster match here on table number 2. It is none other than Max Lechner from Austria taking on Oliver Zonoki from Hungary. I think the players are waiting for the nod to lag. We are ready. I hope you are ready. And shortly, the players will be ready to get this match underway. So Max Lechner won the leg and he'll get this match on the way. If you've not followed the event so far, we're playing 10 ball, as you can see, race to 7. It's alternate break, 2 breaks per players. So Max Lechner will have 2 breaks regardless of the score line. And so on his opponent, alternating per 2 turns. Max here looking to play good position on the 4, but it's a bit limited with his options. He has called the 4 into the side. This is a very steep angle, as you can see. And he's likely to play this with a lot of right spin, which makes the shot even harder. Just wondering if he has enough angle to go around the back of the 10 and the 9 he had. Now, you might be thinking it's a bit straighter than he would have wanted. It doesn't really matter because he's so close to the object ball. He's got options here. Either draw it back directly, which he's done, or cheat the pocket ever so slightly. Max is one of those players that is really keen on his fitness, keep himself lean and fit, and I'm a big fan of anyone trying to improve on their health and physical stamina. Of course, Max Lechner, part of that quadruple, if we want to count Yasmin Ushan. Of course, she is dominating the female side of the game, particularly in Europe, alongside Pia Filler. But that golden trio of Max Lechner, Mario Hay and Albin Ushan, well, these three top professionals have raised the bar for everyone in Austria, and I would even go as far as to say put Austria, or at least pocket billiards of Austria, on the map, particularly the Ushan family.
I suppose when you hang out with guys like that, also means that you have to be up to par, otherwise they won't allow you to beat them. 9 seconds, that 3-baller just managed to drop. Now, it wouldn't have really made a world of a difference, other than he's got the option now to, seems to be play a push out. Tempt his opponent. So it would be either a very challenging long straight bank shot or a putt with no real positional opportunities on the 2-ball.
Yeah, I'm under the assumption that Max wasn't trying to attack the 1 there, he was trying to play safe. And it looked for a second that he managed to get it safe, but Oliver, he started off with a nice thin cut on the 1 and managed to leave himself a shot on the 2. Oliver, in the past 2 years or so, I would say, has really gone through the ranks and produced some very impressive results. He's a hard worker. owns a table at his house, puts in a lot of hours and also plays a lot of events, so it's always a very good combination for these young up-and-coming talents looking to establish himself in the game. Once again, a very nicely executed cut on the 4. Particularly the pace he's played it at. Very controlled. I'm wondering if he's going to draw back for the 6 into the side. Obviously, this would be the safest route. As long as that cue ball goes in between the first and the middle diamond, just past the middle pocket, you would have a nice angle on the 7. Yeah, middle diamond it is. I can play this with running side off 2 rails, just there where he pointed the cue. Now ideally he would like to leave himself a little low on the 8, just to send the cue ball away from the 9 rather than having to come into the line of the 9. And he's done that to perfection. They might seem innocuous, these little, you know, landing on the right side when you play the positional shot, but they make the, you know, running the rack so much easier. So if he goes too far on the other side, all of a sudden he might have to play in between the gap of the 9 and the 10, or even nudge the 9, so all sorts can go wrong. For example, in this shot he's pretty much straight on the 9. If that cue ball would have stopped maybe half of revolution earlier, playing position would have been, you know, bread and butter. I'm not saying it's difficult, but it's a bit more difficult. It's not straightforward. You need to put a bit more emphasis on the shot. But nevertheless safely in, as expected. So Max Lechner, he's lost one of his breaks, and Oliver Solnocki got a chance to build on that lead. Unsuccessful break there by Oliver, unfortunately. And you know, the only real problem is not the fact that it's a dry break. He's left his opponent with a opening shot, which is all you can hope for, of course. He'll have to attack this 2 ball in one of these middle pockets, because it's blocked into the corner pockets with the 5 and the 7. Now, playing position for the 2 into the top corner pockets would be even more so challenging. So, pretty much the angle he's got now from the cue ball on the 2 would work. The 2 into the side. And there you go. He's played that cue ball exactly where it, well, almost exactly where it was. Played to perfection. Now, as we have a look at this angle, don't know whether he can draw the cue ball in between the gap of the 7 and the 10, whether he can stun it off the side rail, the right side rail, in between the gap of the 9 and the 5. 9 and a 5. This is still okay.
The next match on table 8, Florent Desjardins against Arseny Sebastianov. Florent Desjardins, Arseny Sebastianov on table 8.
He's got a couple of options available to him. I think the easiest way, send the cue ball towards the left side of the table, which he seems to be doing. Also makes the playing position on the 8 more of a natural line with this angle, just a simple up and down. And if he doesn't fancy the up and down, he can even hold the cube on the bottom side of the table for the 8 into the top left. Max has seemed to have picked up on the pace of the table. He's playing these positional shots to perfection, and that's always a good sign for me when I watch a player and they can have that cue ball on a piece of string. It usually screams a lot of confidence and, you know, just good pool overall. Solid break there by Oliver Solnocki, but that one ball got kicked off the side rail. It's landed pretty awkward. It's a tricky safety shot here because ideally you'd like to guard the 1 using the 7 or the 10 ball or the 2 ball. Not so sure whether he's left a gap here between the 2 and the 9. That would be very unfortunate if that's the case. Even the smallest of margins where Oliver can see the 1 directly, which it seems like he can play the side-to-side shot. That 8 and the 9 would always going to be a big ball to cover the cue ball. Well, what do you know? You could see the putting angle and got very close. I was wondering if you could see an edge. Must admit, didn't foresee him going for the putt. Went full-blooded for it and, you know, came up short. And Oliver Solnoki, I think he's made a mess of this positional shot. Don't know whether he can putt this into the top right. If he can't, well, he might just get to the putting angle. If he can, he could consider himself a bit fortunate. That was not a great shot by him. He did play his cue ball, of course, into the gap of the 10 and the 9, but as you can see, it was a pretty low percentage shot. And given the fact that he's not on the shot already, I would suspect that he cannot see the putting angle. Otherwise, he would have played the shot by now. Well, how do you like these? This is tough to control the cue ball. He's landed a bit awkward. Don't know whether he can hold the cue ball just enough for him to see the putting angle on the 7. I don't think he's straight enough to do that. Or maybe he was. That's a lovely shot. Same rules here. Needs to place his cue ball in a very tight window. As long as he can leave himself what we would consider quarter ball, maybe half ball on the 8, like this. Controlling the positional part of the shot is very easy. Maybe not go as far as to say very easy, but easy enough for this player. He's nicely solved the puzzles in this rack, and like I said, he's looking very strong in the balls. His cue ball is very, very neat.
The next match of table 15, Lukamen against Dennis Grabel. Lukamen, Dennis Grabel, table 15.
Now, the problem here is not so much making the combination. That's a formality, of course. looking to leave himself an angle and a shot on the 1. And that's not enough angle per se. He might have to play the power draw. I think if he can avoid running into the 7, if he plays the power draw, he can go from side to side. Wow. That's a gorgeous shot, but not without any luck, of course. That was the perfect nudge. You play the cue ball, of course, trying to develop the 2. So it's not 100% luck, but, well, 75% luck, maybe. Nevertheless, a gorgeous shot. It really was. Oliver, with a wry smile, sat in his chair. He knew the odds on that shot weren't high, but you know, that's the nature of the game. When you make the shots, when you attack and you perform the shot, you always deserve a little bit of luck as well. He's made a mess of that positional shot. Really wanted to an angle to send the cue ball towards the right side of the table. Now it's looking like a straight drawback. Or he could just manufacture a nil angle. Wants to drop low behind the 10 ball. So basically we're looking at the first diamond, or at the height of the first diamond. Solnoki sitting there very relaxed, as if he's sitting in a hammam. But Max Lechner, well, he did play an awesome shot. And I think all of us would be surprised if he does not go on to make the scoreline 4-1. Dry break by Max Lechner, but Surely Oliver will not be tempted by this potential jump shot. Even though he's eyeing it up. I think more so because he wants to play a push out here. Well, he is in fact going for the jump shot. It's a nice spot. He's managed to get the 2-ball. Well, if Max can get to the gap of the 4 and the 10, Oliver would be devastated with the outcome. Yeah, so it's a 2-rail escape here, and there's a lot that can go wrong, but also with the same token there's a lot that can go right in the favor of Max Lechner. A bit limited with the cue bar in terms of spin, so therefore needs to accept a bit more distance from the cue ball and the 3, and just say that he's hit that 2-ball way too thick. That's why he's missed it, and also the position has gone completely wrong. Have a look at where that 5-ball has come on to land. Now it's obvious that Oliver will not be able to pot the 3 after this, because there's also too much traffic. But what Oliver can do is pot the 2. Oh, he's not even gone for the 2. I felt there was absolutely no point in that. And you know, the idea of the shot was very good indeed, but unfortunately failed to cover the 2-ball. So it does present a chance to Max play a better safety than his opponent tried there. Now it's a very aggressive shot, but there might be a slight chance for Oliver to pot the 2 and send this cue ball into the 5 and the 3. I'll have to play this with a lot of side spin, but that shot could be available to him. No, once again, it's gone for the safety. And once again, he's failed to get the cover. Now a couple of options available for Max. He could try and hide his cue ball behind the 8. Well, in doing so, if that 2 ball can avoid running into the 9, it'll bounce off the side rail and go towards the top rail, which would be ideal for Max. Now it did avoid running into the 9, but the cue ball failed to go behind the 8. And there is no cover on the 2 here. Max is trying to play the kick and stick, and he's played that to absolute perfection. Yeah, Oliver is calling the 10 ball into the side. I say side, sorry, corner pocket. Using the mirroring method. It's called a mirroring method because you're basically mirroring the position of the object ball and the distance of the object ball on the side rail, and you multiply that by 2, you'll have the aiming point. Always need to make sure you make little adjustments, whether it's in the pace of the cue ball or where you address the cue ball, because you always need to count for the slide on the cloth. Now Max was trying to hide the cue ball behind the 4. That's gone completely wrong. So here's what's going to happen. Oliver is gonna call the 10, pot the 10, leave that 2 ball there. And now he has an opportunity to come off 2 rails to run into the 5 and the 3. Now I would suggest, if he's playing that attacking shot, he needs to play this with quite some pace. He doesn't want to stick on the 5. So he is relying on a little bit of good fortune after making contact with the 5. I played it at the right pace for me. Unfortunately failed to make contact with either of the 2 balls, and I think you can see the edge of the 3 here. So I'll have to play safe. Don't know whether he can pot the 3 off the 7, push off the 7, the 3 into the corner pocket. Nice. Potted it directly. If it hits the 9 full in the face, which it has done, I'm sure he can get to the potting angle on the 4 here. So that safety exchange has gone the way of Max Lechner, and well, what do you know? He's the 1-4-1 in front. Now in with a great opportunity to make it 5-1, and that would be very commanding indeed, considering it's a race to 7. It's going to be Oliver Solnocki's pair of breaks when this rack finishes. And he's made a total mess with that cue ball. I mean, that is very careless to leave himself so close to the top rail with the cue ball. I mean, even if he was anywhere near the second diamond on the side rail in terms of angle, that would have been a lot better than this. Luckily for him, the cue ball was very close to the object wall, which makes it a bit more doable to force an angle. Oliver Solnocki will have to break to keep himself in the match. He's looking at a 5-1 deficit. It's hard to see this go wrong. As said, Oliver breaking to keep his hopes alive in this match. It wouldn't be end of the event for him, of course, if he goes on to lose. As you can see, it's winners round 1. He's played this positional shot just right. You wouldn't have thought that this is too difficult of a hit for Max, as always is the case. Can you get it safe when making contact? What is he called? He's called something into the top left corner pocket. Is he called a 10 ball? I was wondering if that 2 ball did pass the 6, and here you go. It did, but I was about to say, judging by Max, his body language, I was already certain that it did. Didn't pot that 2 ball cleanly, And I think subsequently he's landed a bit straight on a 3-ball. Would have preferred a bit more angle than this. Yeah, I had to settle for that 4 into the top right, but he's made a good fist of that. Now in this shot you're trying to pass the middle pocket line with the cue ball, just ever so slightly. This is almost like the similar angle as the spot shot. He's going high in the cue ball. I think he's no stunning off the bottom rail and side rail and played to perfection. He's got options here. He can draw it back. He can leave it for the 9 into the side. Cross the table for the 9 into the other side. Kept it simple, which is always a good sign. When a player is keeping it simple at the table, it means two things. They see the shots clearly, but it also means that they have confidence in their stroking and in their putting, but also in their cue ball control. It is often the case when someone is making what seems like a straightforward situation, seemingly, well, more complicated. It's where the shot clock, well, that will not allow it. But, you know, in regular play, that's when players get a bit slower. They start to overthink, and it's never good for your rhythm, because you're now all of a sudden not operating on autopilot. But that was nicely done by Oliver Solnocki. Yes, of course, if he can keep his serve, which is strongly advised, he needs to rely on any sort of a nugget that comes his way. The break of Max Lechner, and this seems like a dry break, and it is. And once again, it's not only just the fact that it's a dry break. He's left his opponent with a nice opening shot. Well, I was about to say nicely done, but I think he's landed pretty awkward here on the 3-ball. Don't know whether he can punch this through. Might have to draw it back, but it's hard to keep the cue ball off the side rail here. Well, looks can deceive. I thought he was a lot straighter on that 3-ball than it seems to be. This is comfortable enough for him. Send the cue ball off the side rail into the left side rail. You can even try to drop it in, just using one side rail, of course. Bit of a risky way of playing that positional shot, but I think it might be okay, you know. Now, whichever way he wants to go about this, you need to leave yourself a good angle on the 7. And I don't think he's managed to do that. So he's pretty straight, so he needs to send the cue ball up table to leave himself a shot on this 8-ball into the bottom right. That seems to be just enough angle for the cue ball to come off the side rail to leave himself a shot on the 9 into the side. These side pockets are very, very narrow. So as you can see, he's spending enough time to ensure to leave himself the most comfortable enough of a pot on the 9 into the side. You don't want to be too casual with these type of positional shots.
We start slowly the next round. On table 3, Thibaut Hoffmann, Martin Kempter. Thibaut Hoffmann, Martin Kempter on table 3.
Nicely done there by Oliver.
On table 4,
Now that cue ball landing
Haidar,
pretty much glued on a rail is not ideal, but
Richard
it
Schneider.
shouldn't really cause him any difficulty.
Next, Haidar, Richard Schneider, table 4. On table 5, Martin Jovchevsky against Mariusz Konechny. Martin Jovchevsky against Mariusz Konechny on table 5.
So Oliver Solnocki kept both of his 2 breaks, did what he had to do to try and keep this match alive. It's now in the hands of Max Lechner. He has, in theory, the chance to run this match out. Remains to be seen if he can produce 2 break and runs. Of course, doesn't have to be a break and run. There could be some tactical exchange in between, but I'm sure he would want to finish this here and now.
Fabio Rizzi, table 11. Toraman Kocamac, Fabio Rizzi, table 11. Markus Hartke, Rui Bota on table 13. Markus Hartke, Rui Bota, table 13.
Great shot there by Oliver. Also acknowledged by his opponent, tapping his leg. Really needs to make the most out of this opportunity. He's looking pretty strong right now at the table. Oliver Solnocki seems to have found his rhythm just in time, if we could say that. Still behind, of course, but 4-5. All of a sudden, we have a match on our hands. 6-3 would really look grim. Can use the natural angle just past the middle pocket on the bottom side of it. This is all created by that wonderful jump shot on the one ball. And now it's looking pretty much guaranteed to be 4-5. So on 5-1 behind. He's won 4 racks in a row. And it is Max Lechner who's calling for a timeout. Just setting the balls up before he heads on towards the toilet. We'll have 5 minutes. Gives us the chance to have a glimpse on what's been going on the other table. That table, of course, also provided on our YouTube channel, as well as accompanied with live commentary. It's Victor Zielinski versus Emile Andre Gangflut. I can't see the score line on this overview, but I can have a look for you. The score line, the actual score line there is 6-4 in favor of the man at the table, Victor Zielinski. So he's on the hill.
Russell March, Roberto Bartol, Russell March, Roberto Bartol, table 6.
So Max Lechner is back from the timeout. He would be desperately wanting to at least convert this break to put himself on the hill. Of course, whatever the scoreline may be after this break, it will be Oliver Solnocki with 2 breaks coming up. Two balls down. No shot on the 1, unfortunately. So it's highly likely going to be a push shot, which is not what he was after. Yeah, it's very unlikely for Oliver to pass the shot back to Max Lechner. As you can see, there is a wall of balls to try and hide the cue ball behind. He has called the 1 into the top left corner pocket. The corner pocket closest to Max Lechner. That was always going to be a two-way shot, and well, if he managed to miss running into the 5, that would have been safe. And this putt is a lot easier, even though it's a similar type of angle. But this is a much more higher percentage to make than the previous one. Off the rail. Wow, after having done all the hard part, making that 1 ball, he's somehow missed the tool, even though he's been pretty fortunate to not give it away. What Max has called the pot. He's going for this. Can't really see a way to play this as a two-way shot to get it safe, so this really feels like Max is pushing the boat out. Yeah, he was, and well, I said I can't see him get it safe, but he has, you know. That 10 ball has come in handy. Yeah, Oliver looking to play just slightly past the first diamond and kick the 2 ball up table. Nicely controlled. Unfortunately though, he has left an edge of the 2 ball, so Max can skim off it. Thin. Maybe I'll have to use the 7 to send the cue ball up table. This is a touch and feel shot. No real advantage in that shot, of course, but that was not per se his main objective. He was trying to ensure he didn't give Oliver a sniff on this 2 ball to try and putt and clear the table. Putt the 2 and clear the table. Now if it's hard enough to go behind the 5, which it hasn't, and I don't think Max can get to the edge of the 7. He is in a bit of trouble now. This is not easy to hit, you know. He's trying to play the short, well, intentional foul. It's okay, it's not the worst spot to put the 5 in. I feel like that 2 ball can go around the left side of the 7. So the hook cue ball onto the 7 is pretty straightforward. It's all about if you can manage to send that 2 ball in the vicinity of the 3 and the 4, which makes hitting it a bit more challenging. See, if it's in a reasonably open area, the odds are a bit higher for Max Lechner. For example, where that 2 ball is now, if you would aim to scratch the cue ball into the top left, you can make a slight adjustment and likely to make contact with the 2. But well, didn't even wait for the balls to stop rolling. Didn't hit a rail after making contact.
Der Ex-Weltmeister
Very frustrated in his seat. Now, if you've just joined us on this channel, story of the match so far, Max Lechner went 5-1 ahead. Then it was Oliver Solnocki with 2 breaks, did what he had to do, made it 5-3, and ever since he's managed to force a chance with good safety play and also clearing the table, and now he's got a chance to level the scores, and that is quite a turnaround. That's 4 racks in a row from 5-1 behind. And I must admit, at the time when it was 5-1, when Max Lechner was having, well, pretty much dictating the entire match, it really didn't look like this was even a possible outcome. But here we are, Oliver Solnocki with a great chance. I think he's got enough angle of the on the 7 to punch it on and off the side rail, but maybe he's not completely comfortable with that type of shot. Well, he played the gentle roll forward, and just this routine 10 ball to tie the scores match from 5-1 down. Max Lechner visibly annoyed. As we find ourselves in another tactical exchange. In more recent times, Oliver Solnocki has had the best of all of these exchanges. We're pretty disappointed with his cue ball there. Didn't calculate for that nudge on the 8, and it's ruined the party. Now Max has a chance here to put his opponent in some trouble. Come off 3 rails. Well, a bit thinner than I was expecting it. But he's used the 8 and the 6. I actually thought he was going to play behind the 5 or the 4 ball. Oliver Solnocki is called a 10 ball to the top right. I think it's pretty much flush on the middle diamond. Mike has called the 4 ball into the top right, so he's pretty much playing this 2 rail bank, but more than importantly, this was his main objective. Have a good cue ball. See, what Oliver is doing is using the mirroring method, and apparently there is enough room around the back of the 7, although that doesn't really look on, but you know, that mirroring system is pretty reliable. Not on this occasion, unfortunately. And it's not because of the system, of course. You need to adjust for the slide of the rail, and when the cue ball is so close to the rail, it always comes off with a lot more energy than, say, if it's a foot away or even more. So Max Lechner, after having had a 5-1 lead, could really do himself a favor to put himself on the hill first of the two players. Yeah, there is nothing in Max's way to put himself on the hill here. It's a minor detail, of course, but Max is playing with a closed glove, which means his fingertips are closed off, which you don't really see in pool. More often it's in billiards. Obviously doesn't impede with his phenomenal touch. Oliver Solnocki is now breaking to keep himself in this match and try to force that hill decider. Pretty much an unmissable combination here. Nicely controlled. Obviously, it doesn't have to flirt with that 7 and the 10. He can play a gentle nudge, but you know, that would be ill-advised because that 7 clearly goes into the bottom right. It's all about leaving yourself a good angle on the 6 to play that positional shot. Nicely played. Just enough angle for him to send the cue ball towards the right side of the table. He's looking to leave himself similar type of angle on the 8, but then able to put the cue ball towards the left side, which he's managed to do so. So unless something very, very strange happens, this should really be 6-all. And it will be Max Lechner with the final break of the match. Oliver Solnocki, funny enough, does have a timeout available to him. Not so sure whether he's going to use it or not. Yeah. So it's 6-all. One final rack to decide who goes through to the second winners round. So after 12 racks, this is the final rack to decide who will be the winner of this match. As always, on a heel-heel situation, the first question is who will get the first chance. Solid hit on the break, nothing down unfortunately. And the only good news for Max Lechner, he's not left his opponent with a straightforward shot in terms of attacking options. He has a straightforward shot in terms of safety. Well, I say straightforward. Still some balls to be avoided. Did not calculate that nudge on the 8, but it's actually worked in his favor. I do wonder if that cue ball would have been as close as it is now on the bottom rail if it didn't hit the 8 ball.
Short information for the EUROTOUR woman. There will be a prayer meeting around 8 o'clock in front of the venue.
Max, he's eyeing up that 1-7 combination. Come off the side rail, I believe. Or is he jumping this full length? Full length jump. Tough shot. So what's the damage here? Well, first glance, he's definitely left his opponent with a long pot. And that cue ball not being absolutely glued to the side rail, it does present positional options. So I did ask the question, who's going to get the first chance? It seems like Oliver Solnocki will be the player that gets the first chance to win this match. But that is miles off. And I'll tell you what, could consider him slightly fortunate not to have left an easy shot here on the 1. Now, if it's too difficult for Max's liking, he can play the hook behind the 6. Though he is eyeing up the pot, it seems like he's going for it. These are tough, as you can see. Very little of the pocket he can aim at with the 1. And the shot clock is running down as well. Yeah, play that with safety in mind, and I think it is a full ball cover, so it's not per se a giveaway. He's left his opponent in a spot of bother here. See, the point of the middle pocket is really hampering Oliver here on this shot. He's pretty much limited to either hit the 1 full ball don't think he will risk trying to pot the 1 into the corner pocket. Jacked up, played with pace. That cue ball could jump out of the middle pocket. I think he's called it 1 into the side, coming off 2 rails, maybe 1. This is tough. I'll tell you what, you can't complain with that outcome. Sure, Max can see the 1 and he has a chance to play a good safety or a better safety, but you cannot complain with the outcome of that shot. Of easy safeties available for Max, but he's desperately trying to really put some pressure on his opponent. I mean, it's all fun and games if you can play a safety, but if the hit on the 2 for like in this instance is pretty easy and straightforward, you don't feel like you per se have the advantage. That's also just credit to the evolution of play of all these top pros. They're so astute with the angles and, you know, all the shots, the kick shots, the jumps. Really need to play a fabulous safety to force a mistake. I think he's left his 2 ball on. He has, you know. So couple of seconds ago I said Oliver Solnocki was the first player to have a chance, but now it is Max Lechner who has a chance to, well, can I use the word redeem himself? He was 5-1 in front, you know. So, for his own self-talk, I think he could really do by winning this match. It's hard to forgive yourself if you were 5-1 in front and dominating the play. That 3-ball does go past the 8 and the 4 into the bottom left. Or maybe not. Max is turning it down, so likely it doesn't. And I'm not so sure if this is a full ball cover. And even if it is, once again, it's a very easy escape. Completely understandable, of course, but both players are now making small judgment errors with the pace of the cue ball or the object ball, which they weren't doing all throughout the match. That's what pressure can do to you. Well, let's have a look. Has he left himself a pot on the 3? The answer is yes, he has. And he's also left himself an angle to cross the table from side to side. Needs to send that cue ball in between the first and the middle diamond, just below the middle pocket, the left middle pocket. For that 4 from this camera angle into the top right corner pocket. That's the perfect line. How's the pace? Perfect as well. What a roller coaster of a match this is. This is a perfect angle on the 8. And I do believe he can avoid running into the 10 ball. And somehow, even though he was 5-1 in front, didn't really look on to have a 6-all match. But Max Lechner, unless something really strange happens, is going to win the match. And it's not been without any hiccups, needless to say. But I'm sure he'll be very relieved. It's hard to forgive yourself to give away an advantage like that. But this is for the match, of course. Many congrats to Max Lechner. Well, stay tuned, guys, because the next match will be starting on the same table in approximately little less than 10 minutes. So I'll have a short break and we will continue the action on this table. Bye for now.
Next match on table 2, Alexa 2. And the short information for the predictor EUROTOUR women, there will be a players meeting 8 o'clock in front of the venue. Players meeting for the predictor EUROTOUR women will be at 8 o'clock in front of the venue. Thank you.
A very warm welcome, pool fans. Back we are here on table 2. Alexa Pachelje versus Ivica Putnik. It's a clash between Croatia and Serbia. Ivica Putnik, representing Croatia at the table. He's won the leg. He's going to start off this match. As you can see, loses round 2. So it will be the end of the road for the loser of this match. Who will it be? Here in this brand new, fabulous event venue in the GRIDX, a little less than 20 minutes away from the Luxembourg airport. Alexa got put into the losers round by Michael Sagar, representing the Netherlands, who played awesome stuff. As we wait for Ivica. I thought maybe he was tempted by the crossbank, but no was the answer. Alexa can see the edge of the one ball here, but it's quite risky to come off the right side of the one. Yeah, that's nicely played. Ivica Putnik, well, he got into the losers round 2, losing out to Jokubas Silanchevas from Estonia. That's a bad misjudgment, and well, he's got second prize there. He's tied up the 7 and the 8. So that is a problem to be solved if Ivica wants to go on to clear the rack here. There is an option. If he can leave himself a nice angle on the 5, he can disturb that 7 and 8 whilst playing position on that 6. As you can see, it is hanging over the pocket, so you'd feel like you'd be very unfortunate if you would run into it, or you can run into it with the 4 ball and play position for the 5 into the side. Yeah, that's nicely worked out by Alexa. So you would think anything but dead straight on the 6 would do for him to be able to play position on the 7. But also playing position on the 7 is somewhat of a precision cause. So that very crafty positional shot on that 4 has allowed him to take the rack, and what a good way to start off the match by Alexa. Lost this cue ball straight away, and that's always asking for trouble at this level. And there are no real problems per se. It's hard to tell what type of an angle he's left himself here on the 2. If it's dead straight, he can just play a slow drag shot here for the cue ball just to pass the 5, for it to hamper the cueing on the 3, because the 3 does go into the bottom left. The other option available, of course, draw it back. So it's likely to be the 4 into the side pocket. Needs to play a good positional shot here. He's missed the 3 altogether. Completely surprised. He took it for granted, and so did I have to say. Did not see that one coming. Of the 2 players that you can clearly see, Ivica is the more methodical. Really sticks to his pre-shot routine, which is fine, of course. It's good to have something to hold on to, particularly when it goes to mechanics and fundamentals. Has left himself a comfortable angle here. Come off 3 rails, maybe even 4. To be perfectly honest with you, I think he's played that completely the wrong way. There was absolutely no need to try and land on the right side of the 9 from this camera angle. Yeah, and it's, well, that's a mistake. Trying to play the position that way was a mistake, and also missing the 9 to add insult to the wounds. Ivica has had 2 scoring visits as this nudge works out like a treat for Alexa. His opponent has had 2 scoring visits and he's lost both of them. And now it's Alexa's turn to break twice. Not the greatest start for the man from Croatia. So Alexa does manage to put a ball on the break, but this one does cut into the side, but how does he get on the 2 ball? That's the biggest question here. Well, there's the answer. Played to perfection. Well, perhaps I shouldn't use the word perfection, but comfortable enough to continue the run. Might have to drop this in on and off the bottom rail for the 3 into the side. Use the natural angle. Well, if you can land pretty much straight on the 3, that would be ideal. Doesn't really want to run into the 10. Nicely done. Did just slightly graze that first knuckle, but safely in. Now you can increase on that lead. There's nothing really in his way to clear these 4 balls remaining. Nothing in his way unless he plays a poor positional shot. That is unbelievable. How has he landed there? That smile on his face says, I don't know either. I could play that shot 100 times and I'll guarantee you not to land there. But that is the case, unfortunately, for now. Shaking his head, trying to accept the disappointment is well and truly unbelievable. But still, there is a chance to send the cue ball behind the 9 here. And if he can nail this, Like the line. How's the pace? I like the line. I think he's just left the net, you know. I'm afraid this is nowhere near safe for Ivica. You're basically trying to pot the 7 clean. And also, you're not trying to hammer this in, just to roll the 10 in. Best way to control the 7. On his second time offering in this match, or not in this match, in this rack, of course. It will be Alexa Pechelier. Wants to draw his cue ball back just below the middle pocket. That first diamond below the middle pocket would do. Well, chose to not incorporate the side, but the line was good, as you could see. He's looking pretty confident at the table, and well, the demeanor of Ivica is short of slumped, barely even walking with any sort of energy. That's never a good sign in terms of body language, but also very encouraging for his opponent, I would suggest. Another successful break by Alexa, and also a nice opening shot on the 1, and I think the 2 does go past the 7. Well, actually it does, because he's lined up the angle he wants to leave himself on the 2. He can use the natural angle, maybe a bit of left spin, just to widen the cue ball. Well, what a reprieve that is for Ivica. It really did not look like it was on the cards, but here it is. Early birthday present. That's the brutality of these rotational games. You can do all the work, miss one shot, and leave your opponent to pick up the pieces. That's exactly what's happened there. At least Ivica Putnik is now involved in the match. It looked for all the world he's going to go 4-0 down, which would have been an uphill battle, but 3-1, the 2 breaks upcoming. He's got a chance to level the scores. Nice opener by Ivica. Left himself a comfortable angle here on the 2. Needs that goal to go in between the gap, and it did. It did. It's got a bit of an unorthodox technique. Everything looks solid when he's on the shot, but when he is delivering the cue, it doesn't look like it's arrow straight. You see, lifts up, moves from the shot, but you know, as long as you make the pot, it's fine, of course. It's not all been textbook or clean, but in they go. And it is a break and run. Doesn't seem happy, which is surprising given the outcome. He's a tall guy, Ivica. Really needs to bend the knees to be able to get down on the shot. That 7 ball is in. Now, it'll be pretty interesting to see whether he feels like there's any value in trying to spin this in. Is there a gap between the 9 and the 6 here? No, it needs to come off 2 reels. He has called the 1. And the pace seems to be good. Now, this one is cuttable. And considering where that 2 ball is, you would think it'd be very odd for Ivica to turn it down. When someone has a bit of a jabby follow through, it almost feels like, I don't know, nerves kicking in or a miscue. Well, he did play the safety and he has found the cover, but it's a pretty straightforward swerve. No, I don't think he's covered the 3 ball. No, he hasn't. So Ivica Putnik should be able to send the cue ball around the back of the 5 ball, so towards the right side of the table. He had other ideas, and have a look at this outcome. Absolutely perfect and plumb on the 4 into the side. As long as he can stay away from the side rail, which he has done, he would have a good angle on the 5. One of the very few players, if not the only player I've ever seen, where when he is standing, You will not see this on this shot. The toes are pointing towards one another rather than outward. That seems pretty taxing on the joints for me, but no technique is completely identical, so that's the beauty of the game, of course. There's no one way to address the game. But when he is doing his pre-shot routine, his toes are, like I said, pointing to one another. Yeah, but these two straightforward pots, it's going to be 3-all. Here you can see his stance. It's all a formality, of course. The main objective is potting balls and playing good position, and he managed to do so. Alexa will be kicking himself. He should have been 4-0 in front, yet it's now 3-all. Looking to re-establish a lead again. One good positional shot here from the 2 to the 3. He should be off the races again to build a lead once again. He's not left himself the right angle for the 6 into the side. So that cue ball will need to do some traveling. Well, he's looking to draw towards the side. The cue ball, that is. Or is he eyeing up the 6 into the top right? I think he's playing the 6 into the top right. It's a bit easier to control the cue ball that way. Yeah, they're not so forgiving as some of the regular pool tables in the clubs. Even with a brand new cloth, with that pace, the pocket does not accept. The 6 hitting the long rail way before the pocket. Welcome back as Alexa Pechelia has returned off his timeout and failed to put a ball on the break, but good news, it's not left a straightforward shot here on the on the one. Nicely executed. Mid-distance drawback here. I'll have to play a good positional shot on the 3 to have an angle to go towards the 4. Needs that cue ball to stop in time. Doesn't want to land straight. This looks pretty straightish to me, so unless that 4 goes past the 6, it's quite a challenge to land on the 4 here. I'll tell you what, I think that 4 does go past the 8 and the 7 into the bottom left corner pocket, and if that is the case, he has a chance to continue the run here. You can clearly see he didn't play the safety there. He was trying to putt the 4, and he's been very fortunate with the outcome there. Alexa has come around to have a look at this putting angle. It's a thin one. Don't know whether he can hold the cue ball. Might have to go up and down if he wants to leave himself a shot on the 5 into the same corner pocket. Yeah, that's the right shot. That is astonishing. The moment that cue ball hit the top rail, I was wondering where's the side spin on this shot. Well, there wasn't any. And that outcome was always on the cards without side spin. Or was it just a matter of not putting the 6 clean enough? I tell you what, how hard is the tip of this jump as well as his braking? Almost feels like he's chalking a bit of slate. Yeah, I don't think he's found the cover. Judging by his head movement, shaking his head, I would suggest not. Maybe it's pretty tight though. Might have to play a little gentle swerve. It's one of those you're trying to spin it in. And the softer you hit this, the more time the cue ball has to get the grip on the cloth. Yeah, overspin, spun it. And I'll tell you what, this is not a good opportunity for Ivica. Bank shot called. And bank shot not made. Now how much of that 9 ball is hampering Alexa with his cueing here whilst attacking the 8 ball? A lot, it seems like. And that's probably the only reason where this shot is definitely not a guarantee. But boy, did he make it look simple. Not out of the woods just yet. He might have to hold the cue ball onto the right side of the table for the 10 into the bottom right. That's exactly where he's aiming at with the tip of a cue. This is a touch shot. Don't want to decelerate. Yeah, nicely played. Near perfect here on the 10 ball. The draw level. Played the side-to-side shot. I don't think he's found the cover there. So this safety return is pretty straightforward. If you can avoid for the 1 running into the 2 or the 8 ball. He's got a wall of balls to hide the cue ball and the 1. That's probably the only spot where he would have left his opponent a huge gap. See, I was thinking that 1 ball would at least pass the 8 ball. Then he would have had at least 5 balls to cover it. No harm done though. That is, well, very disappointing from Ivica's point of view. He's left his opponent with a clear-cut chance, an opening shot. I'm sure he had something better in mind than this.
We start the next round, the last round for today. On table 3, Jan Schmidt against Mikael Adjani. Jan Schmidt, Mikael Adjani, table 3. On table number 4, Bayram Etzi, Daniel
He's
Gutierrez.
left.
Bayram
He's landed a little bit awkward here on that 4 ball. It's a bit thinner than he would have wanted. See, he's looking to just trap this in and use the whole of the middle pocket just to be able to, you know, send that cue ball towards the side rail. I'll tell you what, it might not be a bad idea to use the 10 just to control the cue ball. If you can just run into the 10, it makes playing position on the 6 a lot easier. If you can just play a little nudge. Again, it's important that he leaves himself an angle. Ideally, if he can just cross over to the left side of the table, just past the middle line from length to length, which he has done, you would guarantee to leave yourself a nice angle to play position on the 8. Alexa back in front once again.
Match on table number 11, shoulder. After shoulder, table 14. Table number 15, Redu.
If he can manage to put that 4-ball of a couple of reels, and he has the cut available to him. The question remains, however, is there any value in terms of positional advantages? Well, he opted against it, but he's made a total mess of that shot. Not only is he not covered the one, I think this one does pot into the middle pocket, and such is the natural angle, the cue ball will be going into the line towards the, well, between the gap of the 7 and the 2 ball. And it's just run on far enough for it not to be hampered cueing, which is also a good news for Alexa and his fans. Needs to get enough bite on the cue ball here to leave himself either straight or just off straight here on the 3 ball into the side. That's nicely done. So now the biggest shot of the rack is upcoming. Playing position on the 6. It's no mean feat here. Now if he can draw the cue ball in between the 6 and the 8, or even into the 8. Oh, that's not what he was after. And that's why I said even into the 8. It would have meant that he would, you know, play it into a bigger margin. When you're trying to go in between the 6 and the 8 and you've just misjudged the line, this is what can happen. Not to say that if he was playing the into the 8 he could not snooker himself. He has called this 6 ball. This is a tough shot. This is a tough shot, but not for this man. What a great recovery shot that is. Also acknowledged by his opponent. Fabulous shot that was. Once again, a great shot played, back to back. Nicely done. Just at the right time to put himself on the hill. Great work there by Alexa Paquet. It started off with that amazing shot, recovery shot on the 6. Then he played the Similar impressive positional shot of 4 reels, 3 or 4, no, it's actually 3 reels. And made sure of the remaining balls. Now 6-4 ahead, 2 breaks available to him. Surely that would be enough for him to close out this match. It's been a tough old slug. Well, the first of the 2 attempts. It's a dry break by Alexa. Mika strolls towards the table, plays a very casual push, and then he falls back in his seat. He's quite unique in the way he approaches the game, that's for sure. There's no one out there that plays the game like him. Not in their mechanics nor demeanor, but still he is here making it tough for his opponents out there. He's been around the block for many years, of course. Knows all the tricks inside and out. And that cue ball has just bounced hard enough for the 10 ball to come in the way. Did manage to leave it safe, but this hit on the 1 is very straightforward, and he's got great odds here, Alexa, to play a nice safety return, even though he is currently hooked on the 1, or partially hooked. Managed to get the cover, but again, I don't feel like the 1 reel escape is too difficult. Might be value in calling the 5. Didn't notice any call shot. Perhaps he did. It's quite remarkable how often that double kiss happens. We try to send the cue ball, or I should say the object ball, up and down, and the cue ball to cross it. Honestly, sounds like you're chalking a piece of metal. That's how hard that tip sounds. Not unfamiliar, of course. But that's gone wrong. Cue ball flies off the table. But luckily, he's developed a few more problems. So the run out is definitely not a guarantee by any means. And I suppose if you're in Alexei's position, you really need to ask yourself Do I fancy my chances to run the table, or am I looking to, you know, work the cue ball in such a position where I can play telling safety? Now, he has looked at this 3-ball combination, 3-5 into the 6, called the 6. And that, although that may seem very doable, I wonder how does he leave himself on the 3-ball here? Because that is definitely not a guarantee after this shot. He's trying to check the cue ball. A lot of spin, a lot of pace. Well, I say a lot of pace. Not a lot of pace, but wow, have a look at that. Great return. But more of the same, highly likely to happen after this shot. Skim off the 3-ball. Thin, send the cue ball up and down the side rail. Or is he looking to get the cover behind the 8-ball? Oh, 8-ball it is. Having gone for this route, he has now opened up the 6 and the 5, so after this attempt there is a potential run on for either of the players. If Ivica can make this 3-6 combination, the balls are there for him. Cue ball came off the side rail a bit faster than he would have anticipated. So he's going a bit further away from the 5, which shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it's all about the angle he leaves himself. Ideally, he wants no business in running into the 8-ball here. And I think he has a nice angle to go around the back of it. He could even go forward with left spin. Hit the side rail just above the middle pocket. No, he's gonna round it. So wants to be on the right side of the table once again after this. He could also send the cue ball towards the left side, of course, if that is his preference. Needs that cue ball to hold up. That's landed awkward. I say awkward because you can't get close on the 9 now. So it's going to be a mid-distant pot on the 9. What would be pretty much the final nail in the coffin. Pot this 9. This is essentially for the win. But he hit the near jaw, and from that angle they don't drop. So astonishingly enough, Ivica is still alive in this match. And I'm not implying that was an easy putt, but it was one of those that I fancied Alexa to make. Now he just has to sit there and suffer and wait a bit longer. Or, not uncommon in these situations, will he get another chance? Remains to be seen, of course. One thing is for certain, we will have an extra rack. Six ball down, but no opening shot here. And not only not an opening shot, that two ball is hampered as well. And he's going for the push out here. See if he can somehow tempt his opponent to make a mistake. This is the type of shot you would feel you would never return to your opponent. Well, I say that. He didn't fancy his options there. Be interesting to see how expensive that shot selection can become. Well, there you go. I think he's mumbling to himself. Ivica probably saying something amongst the lines of, this should have been your decision, but instead you gave this option away. See, under pressure or when you're not feeling it, it's quite understandable you start making the wrong decisions. But you know, having such an experienced player like Ivica Putnik at the table, you would think in these situations he would never miss a trick. Well, I'm sure he'll be happy with that outcome. It's quite a difficult hit. When I say difficult hit, I don't mean making contact with the one, of course. It's about getting it safe. He has called the one into the top left corner pocket. ball in hand. Ivica's coming around to see whether he fancies this 2-10 combination. I think this is the right choice. When you try to disturb the 10 and the 2, ideally you'd like to hit the joint of the 2 balls, push the 2 towards the same corner pocket as the 1. Yeah, that's a mistake. That is 100% a mistake. By playing it that way, this is always one of the possible outcomes, but if you play it a bit firmer, not too much firmer, just the joint of the 10 and the 2, you're guaranteed to push the 2 towards the right side, and if this cue ball doesn't hit the rail, which he has done, it would have been a ball in hand. So yeah, just to continue on a previous subject, you can be forgiven if you're struggling out there to start making the wrong decisions, but that is, I think, for a top professional or a seasoned player, probably the one thing that is a cardinal sin, because we can all miss shots, when we can all falter under pressure, so that is completely normal. But to start making odd decisions and wrong decisions, arguably, of course, that's when you're really in trouble, because it tells me your brain is not functioning on autopilot, and if it's not, everything becomes tenfold harder. This is a chance for Alexa to close out the match. No spectacular shots required, just a matter of keeping that cue ball on a tight piece of string. Could have done with a inch of 2-3 more on that cue ball, but he's still fine, of course. Ivica comes forward to shake his hands. Not per se the most happy of faces. Well, whatever happens, Alexa will continue in the tournament. Huge congratulations to the man from Serbia. That's the end of the coverage for us today. We'll be back tomorrow to resume the action here in Luxembourg in this beautiful event. One way to guarantee you don't miss any portion of the action is to make sure you subscribe and turn on the notification button, and you'll be notified as soon as we go live. My name is Arya Sorabi, and I'm logging out for now. Bye, and see you tomorrow.
Ovo iza ove od dvije ovdje, ali pa di sam ja odigrao? Kako sam ja odigrao? A znam. To što ja igram, to nema veze s biljarom, to nema veze s igrom, to nema veze